Importantly, this pitching wouldn't take place if it weren't for all of you, our lovely delegates, who have invested your valuable time and effort throughout the past 3 weeks into the program, which is why we've finally gathered here today to see and celebrate the results of your hard work. Now, please let me introduce all of you to our panel of judges. For today, we have 5 judges here with us to comment and suggest on the delegates' project presentations. The first 3 judges are representatives from our partner organizations. First, Kun Prida Thongchumnum, Program Manager, Solidarity Center Office in Thailand, member of the Migrant Working Group, who is going to be commenting for the Migrant Working subtopic groups. Next, Kun Krayot Patharawat, PhD, Director of the Equitable Education Research Institute, commenting for Underprivileged Youth subtopic groups. Lastly, Kun Prambull Panichapak, Executive Director of Rak Thai Foundation, commenting for Women Workforce subtopic groups. Moreover, we have invited 2 professors from the Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University. First, Assistant Professor Dr. Narumon Thapjumpon. Second, Dr. Jiraphorn Laochareunwong. Each of our commentators will be given their feedback for specific groups. Despite the current global pandemic, YALPI 2021 is still committed to build a network of youth who share an interest in ASEAN and its member state social issues, in order to encourage the youth in realizing their capability in bringing about change. YALPI facilitates the development and implementation of locally skilled projects, alongside the purpose of alleviating existing injustices and inequalities which have become more apparent during the COVID-19 pandemic. Since the marginalized groups are experiencing worse living conditions during this global pandemic, YALPI 2021, under the theme of a call for youth leadership, tackling social inequalities in the age of COVID-19, focuses on 3 target groups who are one of the most vulnerable and affected, which are the disadvantaged youth, migrant workers, and women workforce. All schedules are set based on the Universal Time Coordinated +7, or UTC +7, which is the time zone for Bangkok, Jakarta, and Hanoi. Dear delegates, you are reminded to turn on the cameras from this moment. Before we begin with our pitching day, please allow me to briefly inform you of our tentative plan. First, we'll be listening to the opening remarks by the Deputy Dean of Faculty of Political Science and the YALPI 2021 Program Advisor, Associate Professor Jakrit Sangkamani, PhD. Then, our delegates from 3 different subtopics, which are migrant workers, underprivileged youth, and women workforce, will pitch their initiatives through a 10-minute video presentation, which will be operated by our operation team. After each presentation, the delegates will receive comments from the judges from partner organizations and from our invited commentators, respectively. Then, after all the presentations have ended, YALPI 2021 partners will be given proposals from delegates in the hand-in ceremony. And lastly is the closing ceremony. And that's the schedule for our pitching day. In the meanwhile, since this year's YALPI is taken on the online platform, please make sure that you check out our website, which is www.yalpichula.com, our Instagram, which is YALPI_official, and lastly, its Facebook page YALPI. Make sure that you go there and check out all the photos and information of today's event.
Spon partner GMT Plus 7พวกเนี้ยกับอย่าลืมเปิดกล้องด้วย
Before we begin, let me remind you again, dear delegates, please turn on your cameras from this moment. And now, let me thank our sponsors. First is the Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University. The Faculty of Political Science reaffirmed its confidence in the YALPI Forum as a youth empowerment activity and support the YALPI 2021 to continue its role as an international academic forum designed by youth, for youth in the goal of addressing and alleviating social inequalities, as this year's theme suggests. Next is Thailand Institute of Justice, or TIJ. TIJ serves as a bridge that brings global norms related to the vulnerable groups in contact with the justice system to regional and local practices and coordination. In creating fair and justice societies, TIJ uses frameworks of rule of law, human rights, and sustainable development goals, or SDGs, and builds networks of international and regional actors, such as United Nations Programme Network Institutes, PNIs. Therefore, with its expertises and resources in social justices, TIJ is willing to complement YALPI 2021 Forum to further create a platform for youth initiatives in solving social injustices during the global pandemic. True Group has continuously conducted its business transparently and engaged with all stakeholders groups accordingly, demonstrating economic, social, and environmental responsibility at every level. However, this is not where True Group stops. Aiming to be at the forefront of the international community, True Group is committed to provide high-quality offerings to consumers by developing high-technology networks, excellent service, digital information, and so on, to well serve the needs of customers, which it will continue to do so. And lastly, AEON Thailand Foundation. AEON Thailand Foundation was established in 2007. The year of AEON Thana Sinsap, PCR operated for the 15th year in Thailand. The foundation has encouraged the vision of supporting and developing society and environment at the commitment. The foundation has continuously launched several social development projects in the form of forest preservation, education development, development of the Thai society, and cooperation with other charities to improve public welfare. AEON Thailand Foundation was certified as a tax-deductible foundation number 773 by the Ministry of Finance. And these are our sponsors for today. Honorable guests, delegates, once again, good morning. We have now proceeded to the last day of Young ASEAN Leaders Policy Initiative 2021. With the knowledge they have gathered from the keynote sessions and the discussion process, our delegates have successfully finished their project initiatives. Today, they'll present their work to the Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University, our partners including Equitable Education Fund Thailand, EEF, Rak Thai Foundation, a migrant working group, or MWG, who will implement the winning projects by our YALPI 2021 delegates in local Thai communities in hope that they will tackle difficulties based on the target groups they have been working on. First of all, honorable guests, our judge panel, and delegates, please take a moment for the ASEAN anthem.
Prince of flag, high sky high, and with the pride in our heart, ASEAN we are born as one, our work to the world. All the travel from the place of and all the serving life, we dare to be.
Thank you very much. Next, let's proceed to the opening ceremony for the pitching day. Distinguished guests, please welcome Kun Atima Somphot, President of YALPI 2021, for the welcoming speech.
Guests of honor, judge panel, and young leaders of ASEAN. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University, partner organizations, namely Migrant Working Group, Equitable Education Fund, and LACTI Foundation, along with all of our sponsors, including Thailand Institute of Justice, True Group, and Aeon Foundation, for their strong support to the conference. As the end of Young ASEAN Leaders Policy Initiative 2021 is approaching, I am honored to speak on behalf of the organizing committee and walk you through the past few weeks of the conference. This year, to set a new milestone for YALPI, we, the organizing committee, take a step further by fostering a network of youth across the region to take the lead in tackling social inequalities in this difficult time. Therefore, YALPI 2021 reflects this stance through our theme, a call for youth leadership, tackling social inequalities in the age of COVID-19, for it highlights the situations of marginalized people, namely women workforce, underprivileged youth, and migrant workers, whose living conditions have dramatically worsened under the context of the global pandemic. The journey of YALPI 2021 begins and continues with young minds blooming with ideas and leadership potentials, working with our invited experts and speakers, who all have collectively pushed forward the forum academically and pragmatically. At last, with active commitment throughout the program, we have successfully come up with fresh and creative project initiatives that will highlight how youth leadership is essential in creating a better future for our societies. What we will witness today are the results of each and everyone's dedication, especially the delegates. As the president of YALPI 2021, I appreciate all contribution and effort from the delegates who are here with us today to pitch the ideas, as well as the delegates from Myanmar who cannot be here with us today due to the situation occurring in their country. Therefore, on this pitching day, the remaining 9 representative groups represent their brilliant ideas and amplify how the voice of youth must never be neglected. I'm honored to be here today, and on behalf of my fellow colleagues, we are thrilled to be granted the opportunity to witness your visions in the next few minutes. Thank you for all your hard work and good luck on your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Atima Somphot, President of YALPI 2021, for the welcoming speech. Now, distinguished guests, please welcome Associate Professor Chakrit Sangkamani, PhD, Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Political Science, Chulalongkorn University, and also our Forum Advisor for the opening remarks.
Well, good morning, everyone. Ms. Atima Somphot, President of Young ASEAN Leader Policy Initiative 2021, distinguished guests, judge, and delegates. As the YALPI 2021 Program Advisor, I would like to extend a warm welcome to the pitching session of the Young ASEAN Leader Policy Initiative 2021, as well as to thank you for your active participation and valuable contribution throughout the forum. It is a pleasure to see this forum serving as a platform to accommodate formation of youth idea to better society, which will eventually come to be a tangible project. This year, with the tremendous support from our partners, namely Equitable Education
Photo
Fund,
session
the
autonomous.
LACTI Foundation, the Migrant Working Groups, as well as along with other
Okay.
kind of sponsors.
Smile.
YALPI 2021 was able to gather youth from all over ASEAN to explore current challenges and faced by ASEAN community, especially under the context of global pandemic. Furthermore, they were able to conceive viable solutions and foster youth leadership. I am also delighted to extend a commendation to our student, the YALPI 2021 Organizing Committee, for making bigger progress for the YALPI Forum through collaboration with partner organizations who will bring forth the implementation of the youth-led initiatives, and thus continuing to make sure that the voices of the younger generation are brought to action. Most importantly, I would like to express appreciation to all delegates for your dedication throughout the program. 74 delegates from 6 ASEAN countries who have explored the depth of the issue by emphasizing the challenges faced by selected vulnerable groups, complemented by insights from our keynotes. Also, along the journey, through the 3 weeks discussion sessions, our delegates have consulted their projects closely with the mentor who specialized in each particular field. From there, our delegate had the opportunity to discuss among their team to construct viable projects for society. And today, of course, we will witness the fruit of their effort and dedication. This initiative symbolized youth effort to take charge in shaping the future of their local, regional, and global community. So I sincerely hope that this event not only foster the delegate skill, teamwork, and collaboration, but also call forth youth leadership, which is much needed for inclusive offer solution to social injustice caused by the pandemic in this challenging time. So everyone, good luck for your presentation and thank you.
Thank you, Associate Professor Chakrit Sankamani, PhD, for your opening remarks. Now, may I invite you and all of our delegates to take a group photo. On the count of 3, please smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you, everyone. And now, let's move on to the most exciting part of today. It is time to begin our delegates' presentations. Without any further ado, may I invite migrant worker subtopic groups to deliver the project initiatives. Please put your hands together for migrant workers groups. The first group who is going to present their work today is the Migrant Workers Group A. Let's watch their videos.
Good day, everyone. We are Migrant Workers A, composed of 5 students from the Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines. Today, we will be presenting our 2-pronged proposal, referred to as Project Connect. The discussion will start with the target group, followed by the objectives, the success criteria, the stakeholders, the project and its implementation, and lastly, the risks and constraints. Beginning with the premise behind Project Connect, our group believes there is potential in maximizing the current online platforms of MWG. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of redesigning virtual avenues to not only better connect people, but also make them aware of the information that could be useful to them. The initial target are migrant workers who have access to mobile phones, social media, and the internet. However, potential employers are covered in the broader perspective. Our objectives include disseminating relevant and digestible information to migrant workers about processes addressing work, legal, and health-related concerns. The short-term campaign relays information in comprehensive step-by-step videos and infographic formats through MWG's Facebook page. Given that migrant workers are more familiar with social media as an avenue to connect, said publication materials will be made available in 6 languages to be as inclusive as possible. On the other hand, the long-term aspect, which is to revamp the website, will be informed by feedback from the Facebook page. A key component in the project's success is the extensive network and involvement of other organizations catering to migrant communities. As the platforms are accessible and do not solicit any of the migrants' information, the protection of their privacy is not jeopardized.
The success criteria of the project is primarily the engagement on the Facebook posts and MWG's page as reflected in post reactions, comments, messages, views, and audience reach. Now, I'd just like to bring your attention towards partnerships. These are pertaining to 5 partner pages specific to migrants' nationality, seeing as migrants have their own communities based on their home country. We have listed 5 stakeholders for this project: MWG, legal student alliances, language clubs, video editors, and web developers. The important detail here to note is that legal student alliances and language clubs, or where we will be sourcing content creators and translators, will be volunteers who will receive a certificate of appreciation at the end of their term, which will also serve as testament to their working with MWG. Video editors and web developers will be monetarily compensated due to the nature of their work.
I will now be presenting our proposed project. The first is a short-term project that will be making use of MWG's existing Facebook page to better disseminate important information to migrant workers. There are 4 stages, making it a total of 9 months in duration. The first stage will be all about planning and will be spearheaded by the MWG staff on how to go about the digital campaign through the MWG Facebook page. This stage will include volunteer recruitment, specifically 1 to 2 social media managers, 3 scriptwriters, 12 translators who will also do the voiceovers for the videos, 4 video designers, and 4 graphic designers. MWG can recruit volunteers through the Chulalongkorn University, UN volunteers, also for scriptwriters, and they can also post an announcement on their Facebook page. The staff can brainstorm on potential topics for the videos and infographics that will be posted. An example could be a briefer on different vaccines and emergency hotlines to call. As for the videos, it can be tutorials on how to use Zoom and their mobile phones or how to apply for affordable insurance as a migrant. A baseline survey will also be created to know what content migrant workers hope to see and will be used to assess their internet usage and social media behavior. It will be made available in 5 different languages. Here's a sample of their baseline survey. MWG can also use this time to establish partnerships with other Facebook pages in other countries to disseminate content. Here's a sample of the memorandum of agreement MWG may make use of. And finally, MWG will be discussing with lawyers, caseworkers, and other relevant stakeholders on the initial topics that were discussed. The second stage will be all about the formal recruitment of the essential personnel. The recruitment process may include sending in portfolios for video and graphic designers and screening if necessary. The recruitment process can be marketed on a rolling basis to ensure that there are backup volunteers. The third stage will involve the necessary training and assignment of roles to the team members through the General Assembly. The team will also take this time to plan timeframes and the schedule of posting updates. The baseline survey results will be assessed and considered. The team will also finalize the content that will be posted on the Facebook page. This includes the script writing for videos and creating the infographics and shooting the videos. Finally, the fourth stage focuses on the content implementation, where the post-publication materials will be done regularly on Saturdays and Sundays. Facebook ads will be utilized to widen the audience reach. The team can conduct progress checks to assess engagements on the Facebook page. The International Migrant Workers Month falls in December, so this would be the perfect time to announce the launch of the revamped website, marketing it as an expansion of MWG.
We proudly present our proposed long-term project, which is the revamp of the MWG website. Beginning with our timeline, as you can see, it is within the time constraints set about by the organizers because it begins around the time towards our short-term proposed project. At the same time, it launches on International Migrants Day on December 18, emphasizing its relevance to MWG stakeholders and migrants across the world. For the fifth stage, it's basically lots of administrative tasks, which takes around 1 month. It's mostly planning, consultation, content creation, and the most important part of this stage is the recruitment of enough volunteers that will be working on the project. Now for the exciting part, which is the current assessment of the MWG website and some proposed suggestions. We are happy to have this made possible through our consultation with experts in the field. First impressions, the website interface is not very current. To expound, the logo looks great. In fact, however, the font and the color scheme accompanying it is not, and it actually makes it a bit difficult for the reader to see. Another thing is the overall font of the website needs to be visually friendly. So we suggest something like the current font that you see right now in the presentation, or some suggestions that you will see later. Another thing is this feature right here, which is not being optimized to what it can be. So this is actually great, side links to social media, because it emphasizes the possible other platforms of reach for MWG. However, this one is actually geared to a commercial audience and not to MWG stakeholders. So once you click on one of those links, it does not lead you to the FB pages of MWG, but rather it shares the website of MWG MWG on your FB account, which is not what you want. You want to go to the FB account of
คอลแลบ
MWG.
มากเลยเหรอ
Embedded links also should be relevant to the
Collab
content of the website. What does this mean? So as you can see,
This
MWG
is
is an
my group.
amazing partner and an extensive network. However, this one is not being optimized to its core because it is just a list of partners and network. Next is that the main links direct you to the Thai website. Now, although we understand that MWG is a Thai organization, we would also like to make it easy for those that cannot access the web pages in Thai. Now, the snippets cannot be viewed in full, and we understand that though this is meant to emphasize the snippet itself, and then you have to click on the snippet to go to the full details, navigators may not know that these images are actually clickable and lead you to the full content. Next is that the PDFs need to be downloaded, and this is not good because it makes it possible to spread viruses, and it's also not bandwidth friendly. So what we suggest instead is to embed the PDFs directly in the website, something like this, so it directly displays the content of relevant documents on the website itself. Now for the search bar, as you can see, it is over here at the bottom, but we would want to have it consistent throughout all the pages of MWG. So we suggest having that search bar right next to the text on the menu bar, just in between the flags and the text. The misleading links as well. So some of the links actually lead you to pages that are not meant to be what is linked. And at the same time, the languages, some links lead you to Thai web pages, even though you're navigating in English, and vice versa. Another thing is that with regard to the languages, there are lots of unnecessary buttons. One more thing, and this is the most important part of our entire presentation, is that we need to update the timeliness of the website, especially with the current situation of COVID making lots of regulations volatile in Thailand. What we recommend is a feature that updates relevant news and information for MWG stakeholders automatically, such that nobody has to manually type in every time there is a change in the regulations or an update. The website should be future-proof and mobile-proof, such that it is platform friendly. Lastly, we present a login innovative new features for prospective employers. So what this does is you can basically sign up. If you're a prospective employer who wants to employ a migrant worker in Thailand, you can sign up through the MWG website for an added layer of security. And from that, you can access relevant documents that will allow you to legally employ a migrant worker. What this also does is that it created a database for MWG for potential possible stakeholders, future partners, and at the same time, it can be used, this database can be used for future features of the website if MWG decides to expand. Here are example of ideal search interfaces. This is mFund. What is good about mFund is they do have that sign-in feature that I was talking about. This is open democracy, and as you can see, it is very organized in the menu bar, and it's also very visible and very text-friendly. Now, this is a partner map, a possible way of presenting the relevant partners and the relevant links. Lastly, we have this feature wherein perhaps we could have like a map of Thailand, similar to the map of Migration Policy Institute, that gives you information about the general whereabouts or general information about migrant communities within Thailand, specifically migrant worker communities. So we move on to the seventh stage, which is the website relaunch, as mentioned earlier, which will be marketed accordingly. And lastly, this is the cost breakdown, just an overview. And as you can see, it is within the budget.
Here are our constraints. First would be staff recruitment, which involves recruiting volunteers such as editors, designers, translators, and social media managers. Second would be partnerships, in which partnerships with specific Facebook pages might not be enough or pushed through. Third would be translation, such as difficulty in translating content with regard to appropriateness of tone and language. Fourth would be budget, in which budgetary constraints might be workable but limited. And lastly, time, which is subject to volatility in Thailand's socio-political timing. And finally, for our risks, we do acknowledge that there may be staff shortage, so we plan on sufficiently compensating them or provide alternate incentives. Second would be translation difficulty, in which we plan on consulting with language experts and migrant workers to ensure the appropriateness of the language. Third would be about information validity, so we do plan on sourcing them from credible sources, documents, or references, and subject them to regular inspection. Fourth would be about security risk, in which we vow to not solicit personal information without consent. Fifth would be about web designer and developer communication. We do acknowledge that such issues may ensue with regard to communication should the web developer encounter difficulty in translating what the web designer suggested. And last but not the least, website salvageability, in which that the web developer might just find it easier to start from scratch. So for this case, we propose an internal discussion between the web developer and the migrant working group to avoid further friction. And that's it for our presentation. Thank you so much for listening. If you do have any question or any concern, please feel free to email us or check our policy brief. So thank you so much and take care.
Thank you so much, Professor Jirapon, for your comment. And of course, thank you, delegates from Migrant Workers Group A, for your amazing presentation. Your hard work is highly appreciated. Thank you, Professor Jirapon, for your comment. And before we move on, I would like to thank delegates Migrant Workers Group A for your hard work. Now, before we begin, may I remind you that you are encouraged to turn on your cameras during the pitching process. And also, there's another option for you to send emojis or icons to encourage other delegates. Now, let's move on to the next presentation, which is from the Migrant Workers Group C. Let's give them the round of applause and let's watch their video.
Greeting our audiences and judges. I am Simuli from Migrant Workers C. Today, our team, which has Nadi, Bot, Roat, Moni, Naomi, Chitra, Put, and Hong, have the pleasure to introduce you all to our project called Infolands. But first, here is today's agenda, in which we will be elaborating about the introduction and problem statement. Then, moving to background information of our project before going to the implementation of Infolands and finishing up with our conclusion. Migrant workers are one of the main driving forces of both Thailand and their home country's economy. A report from the International Labour Organization stated that language barrier is one of the main problems that prevent migrant workers in Thailand from achieving job security. Issues such as lack of understanding of important documents and acquiring employment info and opportunity, especially in difficult times like the current COVID-19 pandemic. Upon going through discussion and debate among our teammates and with the help from our mentor and moderators, we have come up with a project that addresses this language barrier problem in a long-term perspective. Majority of the migrant workers do not have enough resources and time to study the local language, and some do not have access to smartphones. After a presentation from the migrant working group, we had witnessed the issues that they face with getting documented and gaining certain aids and assistance that are provided by the government and some NGOs. So with the purpose of lessening the burden that the migrant workers face due to this underlying problem, Infolands will establish both a physical and a virtual communication in hope to deliver the information and provide consultation service on topics like employment from employers, health, and accommodation to the migrant worker.
In the second main section of ours, we will be elaborating the implementation of Infolands. This is an overview of our 5 phases that will be implemented in order for us to establish an information center for the migrant workers. In the first phase, the information center is located in Thailand and specifically in region where there's a significant number of migrant workers, as this policy will run for at least a year. We set our service scope to the 4 racial majority of the migrant workers that are from Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar. With a physical office, it will be more convenient for both documented and non-documented migrant workers who do not have smartphones. During phase 2, migrant working groups alongside the supports and aids from local institutions and university will open an internship program for both local and international students who are willing to help the community to assist migrant workers. The recruitment criteria are their commitment, experience, and most importantly, language usage. The 6-month student internship also include the 1-month training period that lasts 1 to 2 hours on the weekend for the intern to learn specific skill needed so that we can ensure the project process would go smoothly. The training program will be assisted by the staff members 1 to 3 people from the migrant working groups to get the interns on how to deliver or refer the migrant workers to other service and also do some translation on documents. As for the document translation process, migrant working groups or local interns will translate it first into English, then the international intern will translate them back into their own native language, Khmer, Laos, Burmese, and Vietnamese. In that case, the migrant worker asks for the information, which is seen to be the limitation from interns. The interns are allowed to refer to the migrant working groups. In phase 3, the center will start offering services such as, by being the middleman with our interns on-site language translation, the center will assist migrant workers who want to seek for new employment on information like what kind of job are available for them, or are the job fitted with their working capabilities, while also providing help for employers who seek for workers for their places. Consultation services will be provided to migrant workers on these job opportunities and other relevant information such as the labor policy, the registration form to be legally documented, employment contract, contract. According to the labor law, the process of extending as well as renewing work permit and other necessary information. We also provide information on accommodation that has the lowest price range or are suitable for our client working distance and wages by including information on the reliability of the landlord, social services such as school, baby care centers, and hospital near the accommodations. As for the healthcare system, we give out data on the state hospital, its price, specialties, location, pre-vaccination opportunities, and basic sanitation standard information during pandemics. Besides, the information will also include hospitals that could provide interpreters to migrant workers as well. Infolands also play an important role in keeping updates with the progress of migrant workers who receive our service. They can also share to us their concern on the working condition, accommodation, and others, and we will provide them with any form of support we could give. In the case of legal or very sensitive matters, we would cooperate with other actors such as NGOs or lawyers and direct the migrant workers to them while still being the middleman trying to assist the communication between the parties. With the information collected from both the employers and migrant working groups can use the information to facilitate their process on civil society, specifically migrant worker communities, cooperation and network, as well as to monitor of how employers and their workplace follow the rule and regulation of the Ministry of Labor or Labor Law. On Facebook, we'll be marketing our social media page and printing posters about Infolands. Poster with text and infos will be found on information board in Thailand districts that have a lot of migrant workers. The content will be translated to most migrant workers in that area languages first, and then we'll proceed with translating the areas of the most migrants one the project goes smoother. And lastly, in phase 5, the center will be closely working with International Organization for Migration and Department of Employment in Thailand to collect data and information that will further deliver to migrant workers when the information centers open.
So moving on to the stakeholder, as in who will be involved in this project, the first actor is the government. In this case, we are referring to the Ministry of Labor and Department of Employment in Thailand. They'll be the one who provide us with necessary data that us, an independent center, can use and compile for our client. Information such as getting documented or employment contracts that are aligned with the state labor law. The second actor is the migrant working group. Since this project aligns with the core of their organization, they'll provide us with 2 migrant working group staff and who will supervise and ensure the operational progress, such as collaborating with local university, looking for spaces, and also providing skill set training for the intern for 4 weeks. This is also a way for them to promote to the public about their role because there are more youth involvement in it. International Organization of Migration and International Labor Organization will be our third actor. This project is addressing the problem they're also addressing right now, so they'll be involved by providing us statistic and useful data that we can deliver and compile for our center. Migrant worker in Thailand will be our fourth actor. They'll have to register with their personal information before receiving our services. Just to clarify this does not necessarily mean their ID or passport, just some kind of data that we can use to identify them and also monitor their progress. Although they'll be the one who receive the benefit from our project, they can also partake by spreading the word of our center to their circle and also giving us additional feedback. Student intern from both international and local background in Thailand will be our fifth actor. There'll be 10 of them with 5 working in the morning and 5 working
นัน
in
น
the
นนันน
afternoon.
น
They'll have
ตอน
different
พิมพ์บอก
position
เวลา
and
ถ้าสมมติว่าแบบช่วยทำสัญญาณมืออะไรอย่างงี้ให้ด้วยได้ปะ
consultation
แบบเมื่อกี้ตอนที่นันนนพิมพ์อะแม่งเด้งอีกแล้วรอบหนึ่งอะ
Some can
เออ
use the social media
ถ้าสมมติว่าแบบ
to
มันเด้งแล้วไม่เห็นตัวเลขจริงๆจะได้ปะวะ
appreciation for their commitment and also get a hand-on experience in working directly with the migrant worker while also expanding their networks with some other professional in that field too. Lastly, our sixth actor, which is the employer from both formal and informal sector who are interested in seeking employee to work in their places. They do not have to pay any fee during the registration procedure, but they'll have to provide it with information regarding the workplace and also the position they're looking for. So there are 3 ways we're going to allocate our budget. The first one is going to be for our center necessity, in which we're going to use it to set up our office, like buying office supply, cleaning supply, electricity and internet connectivity, and also using some of the money for future initiative and risk management just in case something happens. The second one is the marketing campaign that will be conducted both physically and virtually, so we can reach out to migrant workers who either do or do not have access to the internet more. And for for the last one, which is the retreat for interns, is just to show some appreciation and to celebrate the interns who have committed with us for the 6-month period.
Infolands will be run by youth, both Thai and international students, which will be more approachable, comfortable, engaging to share and provide information. However, we understand that our assistant raise a time with it, so after questioning ourselves, we try to find ways to address it. The first question is, how are we going to attract and encourage migrant workers to register for this information center? We have a solution to this by marketing both physically and virtually. Firstly, the online promotion of the information center will be on social media platform through a campaign and having our partner institution have to share it. Secondly, we print posters which will be translated to most of the migrant worker mother tongue and put it on certain district board about the services and benefits. Another question we had was, how are we going to ensure or monitor the progress of the migrant worker who receive our facility? Do we have any communication channel for them? We can have them contact and update us on the progress and difficulty to communication channel as in page. In addition, we will stay in contact with migrant workers who receive information and assistance from our center to ensure they are receiving the benefit that we have provided. So how do we know that our project is going well? Well, we have two main success criteria to measure its progress. First is through conducting a monthly satisfactory survey with the migrant workers who have received our service, like how they feel about the consultation and the usefulness of the information that are provided. The feedback will be used as data for future improvement. Furthermore, by expanding the service to other highly populated community of the migrant worker, we can also measure how successful this project is. According to the chart, the potential regions for the center could be at Bangkok and other vicinities. We would also like to discuss this topic with the migrant working group to see their suggestions as well, since they know about the migrant worker population. Thank you for your attention on our presentation.
CNN has been reporting an increase of new cases in the
Many migrant
triple-digit
workers
figure.
are still feeling the impact of the initial stages of the lockdown when
Thailand's
many
Prime Minister
closed.
has blamed the
As Mewang
country's
reports,
latest
many
COVID-19
still have
outbreak on
no
illegal migration.
It's almost been a year since the COVID-19 has impacted our lives to the most unprecedented ways. Well, we believe that most of us have felt the same way mentally about this quarantine. However, have you ever imagined how the marginalized people, the ones that are less fortunate than us, like the migrant workers, feel?
The COVID-19 pandemic is greatly affecting the migrant workers' life. They're getting furloughed from their jobs or even fired. And because of this, they're having a hard time to meet their daily needs. And this situation worsened as the second wave of COVID-19 broke out in Thailand. The migrant workers are on the blame for this. The xenophobia is rising, and this situation makes things more complicated for them.
With the background issue that have been mentioned earlier, we would like to propose a project which is called Migrate. In order to solve food shortages faced by migrant workers amidst this COVID-19 pandemic, our group will propose a project called Migrate. Migrate is a digital web application that serves to connect between donors and migrant workers who are in need of food supply. Therefore, migrant workers are able to ask requests for the food supply they needed in order to achieve prosperous and better healthy lives. For example, migrant workers are able to request foods, the list of foods that are provided in the application, to donors such as sugar, eggs, milk, canned foods like sardines, instant noodles, and rice. On the other hand, donors are able to donate for the items that have been requested by migrant workers or the money that is equal to the price of the item requested by migrant workers. The most important thing is that this application utilizes the website that have been provided by the migrant working group, as well as this web application is available on 3 languages, which are Thai, English, and Burmese, to promote inclusivity. Migrate, that aims to first help migrant workers in Samut Sakhon area as the epicenter of COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand to fulfill their basic needs in terms of food as part of their social protection. Secondly, this project will also aim to advocate the issues related to migrant workers in order to increase awareness across ASEAN as well as to reduce xenophobia that have been occurred in Thailand. Lastly, we would like to unite various stakeholders through collaboration in order to address this problem properly.
During this pandemic, many people live within uncertainty, prone to be laid off, difficult to meet their daily needs, and even experiencing economic crisis, especially for those who live and work abroad. Yes, migrant workers. During the pandemic, many of them lose their job. According to Thailand's regulation, they have to get a new job within 30 days and be tested for COVID for every month. Other than that, they have to renew their legal document. Therefore, they need to spend a lot of money while they don't have any income. So the expenses and their income are far away from balance. As the consequence, they don't have enough money to fulfill their daily basic needs, which is food. Therefore, food shortage emerge. According to the data, 76% of key informants from the International Organization of Migration by United Nations reported hearing concerns about food shortage among migrant communities, while 21% of them reported families going full days without any food due to economic stress of the pandemic. Samut Sakhon is fisheries and shrimp market area where thousands of migrant workers make money from that industry. Most of them came from Myanmar. Migrant workers are becoming the scapegoat of this outbreak. Therefore, the migrant workers in Samut Sakhon are our main target group for this project. We do really hope to help them to fulfill their daily needs for food.
Distribution partners will take part in distributing the foods from donors who cannot deliver it by themselves because of distance or condition matters. in order to manage and do a personal thing, promotion advocacy, and maintain the web application. We believe that youths, especially college students in Thailand, are compatible to collaborate with us. By being volunteers or unpaid interns, we are strongly sure that Migrate will be the place for them to learn and grow so they will take part in it. It is true to say that the whole project and partnership system is under the auspices of MWG. MWG will also be the organizer of Migrate and provider of platforms such as Facebook and Instagram, which will be utilized for advocacy and promotion.
So, how does Migrate works? After creating an account, the donors will see a list of migrant workers along with the donation they have requested. Then, they can choose which migrant workers they're going to help. And it is possible to choose more than one. For the mechanism, they can choose whether to donate money worth the price of the goods that have been requested or to donate the goods themselves if by chance they have the goods on their possession. The donors who choose to donate money, they will be directed to transfer the money to MWG. Then MWG will have to buy the goods and deliver it to the drop-off station. The donors who choose to donate the goods, they have two choices, whether to deliver the goods themselves to the drop-off station or by using Migrate's distribution partner. For the drop-off station, we plan to set up 5 to 8 tents near the migrant workers' living area, and it will be managed by the community leader and the volunteers.
Migrant workers who wants to request donation have to create an account. After that, they can choose what food they need and wait for verification. Moreover, the donors can see what the migrant workers request. After the donors deliver the goods, migrant workers can only pick it up at drop-off station that we have set. In order to avoid crowds, once the donation arrives, migrant workers can only pick up their donation after get notification through their phone from the committee on site. And this is what it looks like from the migrant workers page. We set order limitations for migrant workers in order to avoid the misuse of donation and ensure the fairness. Migrant workers only allowed to choose maximum 3 items to cover at least 1 week for their needs for food.
Budget projection for Migrate is mainly allocated for application maintenance, which is equal to 70%, followed by cost for the drop-off point equipments, which is equal to 19%, and 9% is allocated for human resources and operation. In tackling the unforeseen and urgent needs, we allocate 2%.
So, what are the incentives? For youth, they will get a certificate that will be issued by the ASEAN Secretariat, MWG, as well as the stakeholders that will be collaborating with us. This will provide them a great exposure for their future career in the long run. Secondly, they can expand more connections with youth across Thailand as well as ASEAN. Thirdly, there will be an internship opportunity for the web developer as well as the graphic designer, which will give them a professional working experience. For the sponsors and partners, it will increase their corporate social responsibility, which will be very beneficial for the company, as well as give them more exposure.
Let me explain that our project is also well targeted. Why? Because our target group can request what things that they really need through our platform. Secondly, we also have a structured system. We utilize the existing technology and implement a digitalization system into our project where it would be so much easier to track and to operate. We also consider the COVID situation where it becomes impossible for us to meet face-to-face with our target group and also our donor. Third, we are also involving youth to participate as the main actor in helping and organize this program. And yes, we are also using digital social media marketing to promote this project. In the social media marketing, we will use Instagram and Facebook and post regularly about the main social issues that we bring. And as I have told you earlier, would it be interesting for a donation project which also aims to alleviate social inequalities in the form of xenophobia? We will use our social media platform to raise awareness about discrimination toward migrant workers. We organize a campaign activity to promote our program through our social media platforms such as Facebook and Instagram, where the students or youth who participate as volunteers will do the social media campaign. We also want our stakeholders or everyone who are working with us to create this program to get more exposure by creating this social media campaign. How are we going to organize this campaign? On Instagram, we will post content regularly and make a content timeline. The content will be posted in the form of interesting graphic design. What are our content types? We will post so many contents about the detail of our project to engage more people to donate.
This is the lineup of our potential partners, but of course, we're open to any party who wants to take part in our project.
Thank you. First of all,
and we were going to resume at 10:55. So see you again shortly. Welcome back to the YALPI 2021 pitching session. Now it's time for delegates from Underprivileged Youth subtopic group A, B, and C to pitch their ideas to the audience. Now, may I encourage all of you delegates to turn on your cameras. And now, without any further ado, may I invite Underprivileged Youth Group A to present their project.
Good evening to the organization representative of Equitable Education Fund or EF. Good evening to the Committee of Young ASEAN Leader Policy Initiative or YALPI 2021. And last but not least, welcome to all the audience watching this video right now. My name is Arel Ebenezer Tandian from Underprivileged Youth Team A, and I would like to welcome all of you to our program pitching presentation. Before we begin our presentation, let me introduce our team first. Starting from the upper left, we have me, Ariel, and then from side we have Putri, we have Angel, and we have Aulia Rahman. And starting from the lower left, we have Ruth, we have Sachi, we have Theo, and we have Angel. All of us here bring a solution that is going to impact a problem that is currently impact those living in rural areas. Those living in rural areas we mean is regarding education. So let's talk about education regarding education and underprivileged youth. So this condition that we are having right now for the past 1 year regarding COVID-19 and the pandemic and the quarantine life that we have right now has impacted our daily life from work, from our relation to our friends, and most importantly, as a college student, it also impact our education life. Though I believe most of us are pretty much lucky that we have stable access to internet connection. We, we are able to access internet and we are able to continue our education despite change of scenery from offline to online. But it seems to me that we forgot those living in rural areas, especially underprivileged youth who cannot access internet and do not have stable access to education facilities such as laptop and phone, both which are very important in this online learning era. So this is going to be our main focus right now in this presentation. From lack of technology facilities to internet access, we see that underprivileged youth living in rural areas, such as in this picture, are being left behind. Because why? They cannot access education. They cannot access because they cannot access technologies. And as such, we have come to three main points that we are going to solve in these underprivileged areas. So the first problem that we see is that um, the unequal access to education distribution from those living in metropolitan areas such as you and me and those living in rural areas. That is the first problem. The second one is that those living in rural areas cannot access, facilitate, and facilitate themselves to education, especially during this pandemic time. And third, those living in rural areas, those teaching staff living in rural areas, they do not have the proper quality and capability to teach in this online scene. And as such, based on these three these issues, we have come to we have formulated a project that is going to uplift those living in rural areas so that they can access education through their technologies. The solution will be Nolbi app. So everyone, welcome to the Nolbi app. Nolbi app stands for No One Left Behind application, an education application focusing on bringing education and everything related to teacher and students living in rural areas. So let's get to know about Nolbi. Nolbi is an educational application that focusing to facilitate and support children living in underprivileged areas to be able to access education and everything that easier through an application that has several usable features. And we are going to implement this program to children living in Ban Praya Prai Lao Cho School in grade 1 to 6. We pick those age of group because we believe that a children's mind are very impressionable. Thus, it will be a good timing for us to be able to teach them regarding this Nobi application. So that is about our opening. That is why we want to create this application. So let's start regarding the feature itself that is going to be explained by Ruth.
Okay, said as Ariel said before, there are three features that we plan to implement in the Nolbi application. Namely, the first feature is book bank, which is content learning materials that are useful to support the learning process. In addition, there are materials and tips and tricks for teacher in providing interactive learning. The second is the game feature to increase students' interest in learning, and the last one is worksheet to make it easier to present assessment from teacher to students. Next.
Côต้องแบบพยายามโฟ
Our
กัสเอง
stakeholder consists of Department of Computer Engineering of Chulalongkorn University, which has a role to develop application, EF to provide intensive application development, and to provide training and introduction to the use of mobile apps or NOLBI for students and teachers in rural areas. Private companies, especially technology and or communication, to ensure the educational continuity of students and make learning sites can be accessed free of charge on mobile platform through their CSR program. And next one is teachers also have an important role in operating and increasing student interest for learning through this mobile app or NOLBI. And last but not least is a psychologist to make a good motivational workshop and training for teachers. The duration of our project is 6 months with two stages of implementation. The first stage is application development stage, and the second one is the application introduction to teachers and students.
เมื่อวานไม่ใช่เหรอเมื่อวานไม่ใช่เหรอ1 แถม 1
Next, we have our resources. We have two resources that are one, gathering second-hand smartphone that support the requirement of our application, and the last is the private companies will be supporting financially through their CSR or corporate social responsibility, and working hand in hand with the computer engineering students from Chulalongkorn University in making and developing the application. And for the budget, we will allocate the funding provided by organization partner for developing and maintaining the application, our resources, and unexpected costs. Next. So we have our constraint that one of our biggest constraint is time, because it's not easy to develop an application from scratch. This when our application first launched, it will only have limited but still useful features. And we have the risks for this project. The first one is the possibility of the teachers and the students don't understand how the application works. Providing the application with a manual on how to use it and explaining to the teachers how the application works. This will be done face-to-face, so it will be easier if the teachers want to ask questions. The second is the unstable internet connection. It can be tackled by providing much more offline materials and only using internet when needed, such as uploading their assignment. And the last one is not enough device for each children in the family. It can be tackled by open donation was meant to collect the device. And for this project, we have our objective that the main purpose of NOLBI application is to facilitate and support children's education living in underprivileged condition in Ban Praya Laucho School to be able to access education and everything related easier through an application that has several useful features with main goal to help the students during this pandemic time. And we have our success criteria that we have separated the success criteria of NOLBI application through qualitative and quantitative measurements. The qualitative measurement is the project meets the appropriate quality targets, project deliverable are fit to purpose, project team satisfaction target is achieved, project handover to operational team was documented and completed appropriately. And we have our quantitative measurement, that is we aim to get 4 out of 5 stars reviews from both the teachers and the students. We also have a target user of 80% of all Ban Praya Laucho school students and is used by all of the teachers. So that's all from us, from Underprivileged Youth Team A. Thank you.
study. So let's get started with the background. So the reason why we chose to go with You Matter as a project to focus on the mental health issues of underprivileged youth is because the COVID-19 pandemic has presented a challenge to educators everywhere around the world. But focusing on underprivileged youth is very, very important, especially their mental health during these difficult times. As we all know, underprivileged youth are the most vulnerable groups to the COVID-19 pandemic. As the pandemic rages on, the lockdown restrictions have caused significant anxiety and mental distress to the youth, especially underprivileged youth who suffered from financial problems and a disruption to their daily routine, especially with school closures as their communication to their teachers, their friends are cut away from them. And this is why we think it is very, very important to focus on these issues as we move forward the post-pandemic period. So moving on to the objective of or the target of the group of the project is for the youth that lives in rural areas in poor living conditions and between 10 to 15 years old, as this could be the foundation that could be laid for them. And if we do not address these issues, I think it will be devastating towards their future. The stakeholders for You Matter includes the EF team, who will be the main sponsor and the one who will be administering the project towards the school of choice. A group of psychologists who will be evaluating the teachers and children and teaching them on how to cope with COVID-19 and the effects of their mental health problems. The volunteers who will be a close group to the population or the students and the teachers so that we're able to monitor and evaluate them properly. And of course, the school that will be the target of the project. So next, we will move on to the action plan timeline, which will be presented by Remark.
So thank you, Saray, for that very comprehensive introduction to our project. So next, we will now move on to our action plan timeline. For our action plan, it will consist of three main solutions. First is the workshop for the teachers, and second, the camping for the underprivileged youth themselves. And last but certainly not least, it would also consist in the evaluation of the project in itself, which we will measure the effectiveness and the practicality of the project in the target group. And in addition, there would also be brochures that will be published to the students in the workshops, as well as people outside of the workshops as well. So moving closer to our first solution, which is in regards to the workshop for psychologists and teachers, or commonly known as PT. For this project, teachers will be selected from a school and they will be provided in a workshop, which will be conducted once a week. And each workshop will have two sessions, in which the morning session will consist of theories and the noon session will consist of activities. Some of the course that can be expected for this workshop will include the following things. And moreover, more courses is also expected to be designed by psychologists after receiving the pre-test survey from the students themselves. And for the second part to our first solution would also be a workshop for the teachers to students themselves. So for this solution, the teachers will have to team up with one another with the assistance of the mentor. And they will be and the target group that they are meant to teach is 20 students. Each team will spend 6 weeks in order to teach each of the students and develop a teaching manual for these target groups. Next, we'll move on to our second solution, which revolves around the camping. For the camping in itself, it revolves around two types of activities. So one type of activity will focus on the development and the promotion of mental health issues by trying to remedy some of the issues, as well as to raise more awareness on the issues as well. So it will consist of discussion, sharing session, hardship experiences, during the COVID-19 pandemic amongst the youth themselves, as well as a form theater where students will be required to act out scenarios relating to mental health, and they will have to solve those problems and try to reflect on those issues. Aside from development relating to mental health, there will also be fun activities as well in order for students to uh, get better friendship as well as to get to know one another better, such as meditation, sharing around bonfire, as well as drawing activities as well for them to express themselves better. In addition to these two activities that I have mentioned, there will also be brochures that will be both printed and published on social media as well. For the brochures themselves, they will be prepared and printed before the teacher's workshop. However, the timeline for this brochure can actually be flexible. And the brochure will be distributed during the workshop, as well as after the workshop for those who can't attend the session. So now we will move on to our next part, will be presented by my next teammate, Fari.
So thank you, Robert, for your brief illustrations regarding the action plan. Now let's move on to the budget allocations. So our team has estimated that we will be spending approximately $2,750 over the three solutions, the workshop, camping, and brochures. And we expected that there will be $250 left for the project as well. So let's move on to the constraints. So even though we have including very engaging activities and other projects regarding mental health, our project actually do have constraints as well. So first of all is about the costs. So the costs may actually exceed our overall and planned budget, since of course we might have to spend more or have to spend less. And for the time is that since we have a lot of activities such as training sessions and camping, the project may go over the time limit, and we are not sure about that as well. And for the quality is that we anticipate that we might not be able to match the quality against our objective and expectations, because as you know, things might change due to different circumstances. And for satisfaction is that since our project involves a lot of stakeholders such as students, teachers, EF, and therefore we cannot actually provide an overall satisfaction to all the stakeholders. And last but not least is our resources. So we also expect that we may actually have human resource and material resource shortages as well. So let's move on to our evaluations. So how are we going to evaluate these projects? For teachers' evaluation, we might construct case studies and quiz, such as pre and post lessons, to measure the improvement after trainings. And for the lesson evaluation is that we will ask for teachers' feedback on the lessons, showing how they feel towards the lessons and how much they have learned. And also for student evaluation is that we might observe their own self-reflection, psychologist evaluation by experts, and also measure the improvement after camping as well. So this is the end of our project presentation. Thank you.
project Youth Phoenix. You might be wondering, Phoenix, why Phoenix? As we all know, Phoenix is a long-lived bird associated with the sun. A phoenix obtains a new life by arising from the ashes of its predecessor. Applying the concept into our project, we hope to raise the youth from the ashes and give them a whole new life. Train for our future, our project slogan. As a wise man said, someone sitting in the shade today because someone planted a tree a long time ago. So we hope to facilitate someone to plant that seed so they can enjoy the shade in the future. As we all know, COVID affected the economy as a whole. Local tourism and hospitality business have been hit hard in this pandemic. According to a recent survey by Tourism Authority of Thailand, which involved 1,884 operators, 34% of them indicated they had closed down their operation. UNCTAD report, Thailand is projected to lose at least 9% of their GDP under the most optimistic model, which means that they will lose at least 51.60 billion US dollar across the whole tourism supply chain, affecting millions of workers in the country. So we believe that domestic tourism or tourism in the whole could recover well after the vaccination. With the increased focus by ASEAN member states on travel and tourism, tourism could be revived by government interventions as tourism can bring in more capital inflow. Additionally, the increasing vaccination in the Western country could possibly open up the travel lane. Moving forward, Thailand could be the main tourism location of domestic and international tourists. By providing the opportunities to the local youth through our project, the business can solve migrant workers shortage due to the pandemic and other benefits which I will talk more about in my project objective. So our project nature, underprivileged youth empowerment through vocational training. So it will involve 20 youth for the time of 3 months. So this project will be executed during summer break. So for the target group, our target group would be in school underprivileged youth in the stage of upper secondary, or we can say 16 to 19 years old with daily household income of less than 3 US dollar or 89 Thai baht. Our project objective, we aim to provide hospitality and tourism skills training to increase the youth prospect in the future. We also aim to provide opportunity to learn something that they can't really learn every day. So also through the project, we try to empower interpersonal skills and boost their confidence through various workshop and activities. So we aim to develop local youth workforce skill to decrease the dependency on migrant workers of the businesses. So the businesses will decrease the dependency, and of course we retain the capital locally in the community, thus boost the spending power of the community. Other than that, we aim to reduce financial burden by providing wages when they are doing training and learning, which is a win-win situation for the participants. For the monitoring and evaluation mechanism, we hope that the participant will have a proper skills about hospitality, which will be tested through skills review conducted in the project. Other than that, we hope to spark interest and they will have the desire to have a longer training. This will be measured by the post-project questionnaire. To be very optimistic, we hope participants have significant difference on the hospitality and tourism knowledge after our training. Also, we hope to have an increased interest of the industry as well, and also they will receive a good review from their employers and co-workers. For the implementation, in short, the training will be provided by the employers, supervised by the project implementers. A total of 4 business or employers will be involved. Employer will be providing teacher to teach the participants, and the participants will go to employer place to work or learn, and the employer will pay the participant. It is some kind of a internship program, and the project implementer to supervise and prevent exploitation at the workplace. So workshops will require partner NGO cooperation, and certification will be provided at the end of the training. So we will be expecting the participants to commit 8 hours for 5 days a week. So there will be total of 5 working days from Wednesday to Sunday, and the 2 rest day, which is Monday to Tuesday. So for the selection procedure, we aim to test the youth identified by project implementers through our specialized questionnaires and interviews to measure their motivation and aspiration. So we are to select someone with the real intention of learning. Our target business or our business partner, so we aim to include 4 small to medium locally owned hotel or hostel. Why hostel, you may be asking? According to the research done by Kondrateva, 41% of the share market of the hospitality industry in Thailand are being owned by hostels. So venue and teaching resources will be provided by employers. So the project implementers will have to provide 2 project coordinators and 4 mentors. With each mentor assigned to each participant, they will have a bi-weekly counseling session. So the employer is to provide the staff as teachers for lectures, class, and practical class. So this is our tentative daily schedule. So we have 4 business involved here with our project. So we have 4 different places of training. So each employers will have to take in 5 youth. So students gather at a common place to learn about the subject in a lecture class during the start of the day. Then after lunch and resting, they will transit to the workplace, which is the workplace they chosen from for the 4 different workplace. So the practical may vary to the employer's need, and participants may assign to the night shift. So for the curriculum part, we will be teaching them about front office and the housekeeping, which is the most important part in the industry. Of course, the airline knowledge like the term check-in, luggage, airport transfer, arrivals, and etc. So we'll be teaching them how to reserve and book tickets for customer. Other than that, we will be teaching them English or Chinese language as foreign language. The fundamental understanding of the language will really be helpful in the future for them to communicate with the tourists. We'll be teaching them something like food and beverage management, so they will learn to cook and work in kitchen. Also, we will be teaching them sustainability knowledge and ecotourism knowledge, so they will have to design a tourism, learn how to design a tourism package that is locally based and locally unique. So this is the funding part. So for the meal, we will be providing the participants with meal allowance per day, every day for the lunch. So for the project budget, so we will have a matching meal allowance of 30 baht by project budget and 30 baht by employers for 60 working days. So we managed to fully utilize 100k Thai baht. So our project involved 4 employers. Each employers have to fork out a meal allowance of 30 for 5 youth and 40 Thai baht per hour for the wage. So the wage is same with the 7-Eleven part-time wage. So each employer will spend total 57,000 Thai baht in the 3 months course. So I would like to highlight the stakeholders, 2 stakeholders of the project, youth and employer. So by participating our project, youth can get allowance total of 250 Thai baht, which will be very, very helpful for their family, as their family income are less than 89 Thai baht per day. So they can get 160 Thai baht for working, 60 for meal, 30 for transportation. So for the employer part, employer will be providing training and classes to them. As an incentive, it is a good example or a good opportunities of CSR for them to uplift and develop local youth, so they can train more industry relevant and business relevant workers. So they can develop local workforce as well. So moving on next, as mentioned before, a special youth-led ecotourism package before. So as a unique selling point for those businesses, they can market themselves as spend your holiday with us. Your expenses will help develop local youth. So for those customers staying with the participated businesses or business partner, so they can get this free tourism package. So the tourism package will be designed by the youth themselves under the guidance and supervision of the employer. So the youth have to design the itinerary, organize and lead the tours. So we believe that local youth know the local things better, so they can really be a good guide. So they can be something like a 1-day trip along the island, visiting fishing village, trying out local food or trying local specialties. So through this package, so they can develop their interpersonal skill and boost the confidence of the participated youth. So we can also promote the community specialty to the foreign tourists as well. If the tourists manage to spend in the local community during the tour, the local community can benefit from this capital inflow. So if possible, for the possible expansion of the project, if this pilot project is to be proven successful, we hope that we will have a bigger funding to fund them for a longer period of training, so that they can learn more and really apply that knowledge into their future. So before I end my presentation, I would like to thank everyone that were involved in the development of our project plan. Your comments and insights were really helpful to us. And would like to thank our mentor, Miss Busayapa, also known as Miss Best, and our moderator, Carl and mine, and also the YALPI team. Thank you all. And that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
your comment. And those were the presentations from the Underprivileged Youth Group A, B, and C. I would like to thank you again, Kun Grayot Patharawat, PhD Director of Equitable Education Research Institute, and our professors for commenting for underprivileged youth subtopic groups. Now, let's take a group photo. On the count of 3, smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. All right, we're going to take another one. On the count of 3. I encourage all the delegates to turn on your cameras. Okay, on the count of 3, please wait a moment. Okay, on a count of 3, 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you all very much. And now it is time for our 1-hour lunch. Let's take a pause before we come back to see project presentations from our delegates in the Women Workforce subtopic group. We will resume at 12:55. See you very shortly. Welcome back to YALPI 2021 pitching session. Before we proceed any further, may I encourage all of you to turn on your cameras. Now, it's time to hear the project initiatives from the Women Workforce subtopic group. May I invite the Women Workforce Group A to present their project.
Honored judges, committee, and audience of YALPI 2021. We are the delegates from Indonesia, Group Women Workforce A. Let us introduce our team. I am Michelle, this is Benedicta, Juliet, Priska, and Valerie. Now let's move on to the presentation. The COVID-19 pandemic poses many challenges for each country and sector. Countries have tried to develop vaccines and antiviral drugs to mitigate the situation, but has yet to find a single clinically proven solution. Governments around the world made lockdown and travel restriction policies in order to control the COVID-19 rate, which results in the slump of modern economy. These dire circumstances impacts many vulnerable groups. One of them is women in the workforce. As much as 40% of the total workforce worldwide are women. Many women are facing gender gaps and injustices. They are paid less compared to their male counterparts and have higher likelihood of being unemployed, especially after a global crisis. In establishing small businesses, poor women face specific gender constraints like low levels of education, lack of basic and business knowledge, lack of information and access to innovative technology, and lack of organization and institutions that can help women in establishing small businesses. Because of this pandemic, many women lost their jobs and later ventured into the field of independent businesses. One of the popularizing type of business is food and beverage, as food is one of the most basic necessities of humans. In fact, statistics show that in Thailand, revenue in the food and beverages segment is projected to reach over $1.9 million in 2021. In such a time, we believe that online culinary business would be an effective way to help a lot of women during this time because of the surge of online food delivery purchase. Therefore, this program is very relevant and helpful for both sides at once, namely the side of women as the breadwinner of the family and business owners in order to sustain family and national economy. There are 4 main objectives and goals in this project. First, we want to establish a networking community for 50 women business owners. Second, we want to give knowledge in marketing and business development to the 50 newly established business owners. Third, we want to empower the 50 women in our program to pursue deeper social and employment opportunities. Fourth, we want to help grow 20 businesses of food vendors to have better ratings in the e-commerce platform or online food services through digital marketing, optimal content creation, and monitoring.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let us present to you our project. This is HOPE, a business training and development program for small culinary businesses that have been impacted by the pandemic. The activities done during the program fall into 3 categories: campaigns, business training and mentorship, and post-training development. Here, we will find a brief explanation of all 3 categories. Firstly, we have campaign taking place on 2 social media platforms, Facebook page and Instagram. To continuously widen the area of reach, it is crucial that we include content advertisement and public figures promotion. Next in line, we have training and mentorship that is executed through 6 months mentorship from female experts delivering in-depth lessons on basic culinary, digital marketing, branding, and small business optimization. At the end of the program, the participants will be divided into 5 groups, and together with their group members, they will work on a collaborative business project, and there will be an awarding event where each project actor will be rewarded with certificates. After training and mentorship, project staff are to pick 20 best businesses to be signed for promotion and business optimization with hope for the next 1 year. This is to give them a privilege to gather the needed capital to sustain their business beyond this project. As to the reason why we came to the conclusion that these platforms are the most suitable, here is the brief description of our reasoning.
Now we will explain about the parties that are involved in this program. First, we have underprivileged women as the newly established business owners. They are required to follow through the designated 2 years business development program. Nextly, we will partner with online food delivery company to boost the businesses that are owned by the underprivileged women. Partnering with an online food delivery company will result in more customers and more revenue. In order to further maximize this opportunity, Hope will facilitate every training member to register as a merchant and be promoted through in-app advertisements offered by the online food delivery company. Nextly, we will partner with women business coach or owners of culinary businesses. Business or entrepreneurship coaching programs increase leadership capabilities and enable women to believe in and value their own knowledge and capacities. Business coach can offer great insights and help women workers develop smart habits and practices so that the business can succeed. They will become mentors for the underprivileged women and will be responsible for learning materials, training, and workshops. Then we'll also involve social media managers that will be helping the mentorship program and campaign. Regardless of how challenging situations may be, it is the project manager's job to take care of the quality of the work and the working environment to ensure that everything is according to plan. We'll also involve volunteers from Rockstyle that are specifically trained and will be critical partners and essential to the advancement of the program. In this era of globalization, all kinds of exposure are found in social media. Therefore, influencers, vloggers, and bloggers will help us in doing campaign that will convey the stories and struggles of the underprivileged women who run independent businesses.
Here are our strategies to recruit our partners. For volunteers, we will conduct open recruitment targeting university students, and we shuffle the recruitment and re-recruit every 6 months. The open recruitment forms can be filled both offline and online. For our business partners, in finding relevant business partners to become our mentors, we will conduct short research to find the business owners or business coaches, and then we will contact them and send them proposals as well as MOUs and agreements. For our brand ambassadors, after gathering analysis on relevant influencers, we will begin contacting them and sending them out proposals, MOUs, and agreements. The timeline for our campaign is set with a duration of 2 years, and this is our timeline for our mentorship program. We will begin situational analysis, where it's research, survey, gathering data and insights, and proceeded with developing learning materials and open recruitment for our mentorship participants, conduct the mentorship and training, and then we will do contract agreement and business development for our selected participants. Second, this is our timeline for our campaign, focusing on how to raise its awareness. We will begin on creating the concept and launching the campaign on social media, and then from month 3 and onwards, we can begin posting it on our platforms. Month 7 and 8, we can start conducting analysis and insights on our established social media to find any revisions. And for our second year, it's a bit similar with our first year, where we can develop concepts and posting for the year ahead, following the activities of our campaign.
We have determined some project risks and how to mitigate these risks if they come up during the implementation. The first risk is having overqualified applicants that are already well off. To mitigate this, as you can see, we have created a strict criterion so we can filter the applicants to only the ones who fit in these criteria. The next risk regards the liability of information given by the target groups during the recruitment. To mitigate it, Staff Project will provide a form that requires applicants to input personal data and attach a photo of their welfare card and ID card as a verification form. Lastly, to mitigate the risk of uninterested partners for investment, we will encourage a competitive process, include incentives and share value partnership. For our program management, we decided that corporate social responsibility or CSR is the suitable management concept for our project. In this management concept, there are key elements we must maintain, which are transparency, ethics, and engaged volunteering. Transparency, as in reporting CSR results. Our project staff will conduct a monthly and quarterly report to the funding donor. Ethics, which means we aim to spread good work ethics among project staff and participants. Finally, we engage volunteers as stakeholders and as our way to engage volunteering among participants. This way, our project will have its participants hold it accountable for achieving real measurable social impacts. Our project evaluation process includes evaluation points and their means of verification. To verify the target women group's income increase, the women group will be filling an income statement spreadsheet provided by their project staff. This income statement should capture the weekly income progress. Next, to evaluate the mentoring program and stakeholders' efficiency, project staff will provide attendance sheets and mentoring tests before and after completion of each activity to keep track and record numbers of attendance and ensure the trainees' comprehension on each delivered topic. Lastly, there will be an issue report system by having the project staffs provide an official email where project's actors can report the issues experienced in the field and receive a fast responsive solution from the project team.
Lastly, here is our budgeting plan. Thank you so much for listening to our presentation.
Let's take a look.
Domestic worker is the person who performs work for or in the household. According to statistics published by the International Labour Organization, the vast majority of 83% of migrant workers are women. COVID-19 has impacted women in workforce in every sector, and the group that are normally cut off from the outside world is the migrant worker. Cambodian migrants are the second largest group in Thailand, and Thailand is the first destination for Cambodian migrant worker. On top of that, knowing that there is indeed an exploitation, there is no empirical data which illustrate how these group of women are marginalized in the dark, and we aim to reveal it as much as possible. One of the issues that should be called to attention under COVID-19 for the group is the gender-based violence. According to UNHCR, gender-based violence refers to a harmful act directed at individuals based on their gender. This abuse can be seen in various pictures such as more workload, longer working hours, stress, lockdown, sexual harassment, and physical violence, which result in violation of rights and sexual, physical, mental, and economic harm. We narrow down our focus on live-in migrant workers from Cambodia whose age is in between 20s to 30s. We have three different objectives. First, to create a big data platform for collecting data of Cambodian female migrant workers. Second, to provide protection system and communication channel. Third, to provide a platform for migrant domestic workers to understand and exercise their right for access to services and remedies. The change we're aiming for are raising the awareness about right while securing good working environment where women can earn their income with ease. The main indicator to show that this project is successful is through the number of reported cases and the number of solved cases.
A project is not implementable without stakeholders. To run our project, therefore, our group has obtained 7 stakeholders, namely Rakstai Foundation, the technical stakeholders, the International Organization for Migration in Thailand, translators and interpreters, community leaders, local authorities, and the beneficiary. This project, of course, will not happen without Rakstai Foundation, for Rakstai will be the project leader, the plan executor, application campaigner, case reporter, and victim supporters. Meanwhile, for technical stakeholders, we have decided to come up with 2 preferences. TechDevCo Ltd and the UX Pillow, who will work as the application software developer, feature designer, and its function test taker. In case we require further budget to implement our project, we urge Raktai to seek sponsorship from the International Organization for Migration in Thailand for financial assistance. Other than this, we will need translators, interpreters who will work on linguistic areas, including but not limited to translating the feature language in the application from Thai to Khmer and Thai to English. To be earful to the cases, we might want to work with the community leaders, while the local authority will lend Raktai legal executive power and enforcement to issue arrest warrant, check investigation, etc. Last but not least, we have our beneficiary as our core stakeholder, who is our target group itself, the domestic migrant workers.
Okay, what's next is about how long is the project and how it would be implemented. As you could see here, we expected the project to be implemented for the period of 2 years, and it would be divided into 2 phases. The first phase that would be implemented in year 1 involved application development and the initial launching of the mobile application. The application development and design would require around 6 months to be done and finalized of the functions that are needed. And after that, in year 1, quarter 3 and 4 would be about launching the mobile applications and promotional campaign in order to build the capacity of women migrant domestic worker in using the applications. The capacity building would also include filming or video instructions of the application itself. The second phase is the continued implementations of the mobile applications and the evaluations of the effectiveness of the app. The last quarter of year 2 would also be spent to identify the possibility of expanding the application's function from targeting only Cambodian women migrant workers to women migrant domestic workers in Thailand in general.
So, besides talking about the benefits that our project can provide, we also would like to present to all of you about the limitations that our project contains. First, the constraint to our project is the impediment of the real-time assistant. The real-time assistance that we will include in the mobile application will not be able to provide the quickest response because after the victims make report inside the application, Raktais will report it to the police on behalf of the victim. And then the police will take action upon receiving the report from Raktais. Therefore, the process here might be slowed down with the involvement of the third party. Second, since the government authority is the only entity that can legally take action to protect the victims, the effectiveness of this mobile application in terms of reporting function is at the mercy of the Thai authority. And third, as we only target document migrant domestic worker as our target users in the mobile application, We may not be able to govern all the migrant domestic workers, especially the undocumented ones. Moreover, for those migrant domestic workers who already have been working in Thailand might also not get a chance to get to know about this mobile application as well. Moving on to the last part, we also would like to present to all of you about the known risks of our project and also how we will prepare to counter these risks as well. So there are two possible risks that our project might face during the implementation. First, we may run out of the budget at the middle of the project implementation. And in order to prevent this from happening, we may need to seek for other stakeholders' financial assistance in advance. Raktais should ask for financial support for the purpose of implementing this project exclusively from its international partners like the United Nations and the Global Fund. And besides Raktai, we also should also seek for other financial donors such as the International Organization for Migration and the Foundation for Women, for instance. Second, the risk that we may face is the exceeding deadline of the implementation. The duration that we were given is 2 years. However, for the mobile app development alone, it may take around 6 months already. Moreover, the app will need some more time for its improvement to ensure that it is well functioned, as well as for the promotion of the apps to its users as well. The constraint of a deadline can severely affect the quality of the product. Therefore, in order to finish the project effectively and efficiently, the duration that's set by Raktai should be negotiable, but we still prioritize the deadline of the project with the urge for the collective works and input from all stakeholders to make it possible.
last group, which is the Women Workforce Group C.
Hello everyone, we are the Women Workforce Group C, and today we are going to present our local project to the LACTI and the YALPI. And today's agenda can be divided into two parts. So the first part that would be our problem statement and also our target group, and the last part that would be our local projects, which is for her project, and also overall budget of this project as well. And the first thing we are going to talking about the problem statement, how the COVID-19 affect the women workforce. Since the COVID-19 outbreak, women, including migrant women, have been one of the most vulnerable groups experiencing the negative impacts of the pandemic in Thailand. One of the critical crises that they have been facing dramatically during the COVID-19 is domestic violence, which has been causing psychological, physical, sexual impacts among both Thai women and migrant women. However, many of them still do not realize how serious the situation they are experiencing is, as they are subject to the daily gaslighting by their abusive partner. On the other hand, some women do realize the condition they are facing, but they cannot escape due to the numerous factors, such as the lack of safe space for them to break free, to seek help, and the lack of knowledge to which organization they can turn to. Alas, domestic violence is often left ignored by Thai society and the authority. Both of them share the same mentality. Domestic violence is a private matter. In Thai society and cultures, domestic violence is perceived as a family matter. The person among couples staying together, with the police refusing to receive complaints and sending survivors home, preventing them from seeking justice. Especially when the survivor is a migrant, she is likely to stay silent because of the power dynamic between her and the authority, not to mention the language barrier. Furthermore, according to the UN Women, there has been an increase of 34% rate of domestic violence cases in Thailand since the pandemic outbreak, with migrant women experiencing the most negative impacts as they cannot access help and seek justice through the One-Stop Crisis Center or OSCC due to the language barrier. These women consequently end up blending into the dead and street, which may result in increased negative mental health. Therefore, the project aims to address this issue by empowering survivors of domestic violence, in particular migrant women, who have faced domestic violence during the pandemic.
That's why we came up with this project, which is For Her project. In this project, we aim to help the survivors from domestic violence in Samut Sakhon. And in this project, we came up with 3 objectives. The first objective is to break free through awareness raising on domestic violence, which call Give Me a Hand. The second objective is to speak up to better their mental health in a safe space online and offline, which calls You First. And the third objective is to seek justice with a legal system hearing their voice and giving them justice, which calls Hear My Voice. The first one is Give Me a Hand. Give Me a Hand is online one-day event for Thai and migrant domestic violence survivors. This online event will be divided into 2 parts. The first part is informative part. In this part, we will talk about domestic violence and how to receive help and seek for justice from invited speakers of women rights organizations. The second part is sharing part. In this part, we will let current domestic violence survivors and all domestic violence survivors share their experience. Moreover, migrant survivors can participate in the online Give Me a Hand since we will separate the session for migrants by their mother language, which is interpreted by interpreters. For the duration of this session, the session will be established 4 times in total or every 6 months for 2 years. The second one is You First. For this one, we separate the session into offline session and online session. For offline session, we call it Safe Space in Community. In this safe space, Rakthai will provide domestic violence survivors psychologists every 3 months for 2 years. And also, Rakthai will provide a pro bono online psychologist workshop every 3 weeks in order to follow up the case and maintain continuity of care. Second, for our safe space, Rakthai requires to provide Rakthai staff, along with interpreters, to be first responder between psychologists and survivors to offer mental health aid. Third, Rakthai staff will be a moderator to contact the shelter by cooperating with some organizations such as APSW to support housing for severe cases of domestic violence. Fourth, Rakthai staff will do in-depth interview with domestic violence case in Samut Sakhon. However, Rakthai staff who work in this safe space will be trained by psychologists and experts how to provide mental health aid for survivors and how to do in-depth interview with domestic violence case. For the online session in your first activity, we call online therapy session. In this session, Rakthai will grant a personal hotline call between Rakthai staff and the app users in case they want to book a video call online healing session with a therapist. However, all the data of the app use shall be collected, for it would be easy to follow up the case and create new knowledge for Rakthai later on.
And the last one is Hear My Voice. We divide Hear My Voice into 2 ways, offline and online. In offline activity, Rakthai will help provide the interpreter while migrant survivors run the legal process to report their domestic violence case. Moreover, Rakthai will report domestic violence case to women rights organizations like Shiro and Manusaya, directly to run the legal process for survivors. Since Rakthai already have information about migrants and the area in Samut Sakhon, but Rakthai still lack knowledge in domestic violence and legal process. Therefore, we suggest Rakthai send the case to them to let them help with the legal process. Also, Rakthai will get to learn from women rights group on how to seek justice for survivors of domestic violence. Finally, with cooperation with other organizations, we will campaign a joint petition to put pressure on the government to pay more attention to domestic violence. And in online, Rakthai will provide online legal process counseling between women and lawyers, with Rakthai staff being moderated by scheduling online counseling for them. Afterward, Rakthai staff will pass on the case to women rights organizations like Shiro and Manusaya directly to support survivors seeking justice when there are a case. And the next part is overall budget. So the overall budget for her project is 162,000 baht.
Thank you.
Now, before we proceed to the hand-in ceremony, let us have another group photo. On the count of 3, please smile. 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you, everyone. After witnessing all the hard work and effort our delegates have put into their project initiatives and presentations, we are certain that all of you have accomplished is a major stepping stone to the creation of a youth-led society. On behalf of the YALPI 2021, we are honored to have facilitated a network of youth leaders with the aim to strengthen the engagement of youth to address critical social issues and plan initiatives to solve them. Therefore, I would like to invite the representatives from YALPI 2021 partner organizations to deliver appreciation speeches and concluding remarks to wrap up for today's pitching session. Beginning with the representative from the Migrant Workers subtopic, I would like to invite Kun Prida Thong Shumnum, Program Manager, Solidarity Center Office in Thailand, member of the Migrant Working Group.
Thank you. On behalf of the Migrant Working Group or the MWG, I would like to thank the organizer, the university, and all students that participate in this program. I would like to say that the youth is very important age group that can play a great role in the development of the society. The Youth ASEAN Leader Policy Initiative is one of the good programs to provide the opportunity for the youth to share and learn from each other and share their contribution to the society as well. The migration is an important key issue for us in ASEAN, as most of our countries are close to each other. Like Thailand, we share the border with Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Malaysia. The people movement along the border
struggle is real.
part of our normal life. People move for the purpose of visiting, setting their new life as students, as migrants labor, as dependent of the migrants labor, and also it includes for those who just born in the country of destination. However, the management of the migration to protect the migrant population are the issue of the challenge. Most of the migration population face the negative attitude from the society, and the society of the country of destination saw that migrant population is part of the problem and leads to the national security. This ideology is also, I found that is in line with the ASEAN community level. Migrant labor or the migrant population was put under the ASEAN political security community rather than to keep in the ASEAN economic community or the socio-cultural communities. It means that the policy of the management of the migrants population have to rely on the recommendation from the national security and of each country. So the role of the youth in ASEAN is very important to help promote the image and collect understanding about the migration population, the migrants population. The positive response from the society from the work of youth can help save migration and prevent labor exploitations, and everyone can enjoy the benefit from these campaigns. The pandemic of the COVID-19 shown that there are several missions for us to make people live with safe and better treatment by policy and the society from both country of origin and destination. I saw one message in the presentation about no one left behind, and think about our past work. Last year, Migrant Working Group found that migrant worker and member of the family, including ethnic group in Thailand, are not fully enjoy no one left behind policy, that the government provide compensation for those affected by the pandemic of the COVID-19. Another case study about someone left behind, consider the case study back in 2018. We met one of the guest speakers who was a son of the migrant workers who migrated from Myanmar over 30 years ago due to the political unrest inside Myanmar. His name is Mr. Sonchai Pongsa. He actually born in Thailand but had no birth certificate. His parent doesn't give any importance to education, thinking that they would be back to the country of destination one day. However, Mr. Sonchai, he indeed need to go to school, and he went to school without any official document to prove his identity. When he turned to youth life, he has to work as a migrant labor to earn his income and study at the same time. However, he could pass the entrance examination and was accepted by the Silpakorn University and received the first class honor in 2017 after complete his study. In his situation, there was no clear policy for him as the dependent of the migrant workers, access to right and education. From his solely hard work and study, he was granted to get the Thai ID card. So Mr. Sonchai shared with us as a youth, he was also wanted to see the better management of the migrant worker in Thailand, including offering them education opportunity and access to right scholarship and other fundamental rights. This can help them develop themselves and become human resource for the national development. Yeah. So currently, Mr. Sonchai work with mixed media, painting, and dealing with themes of issue of ancestral belief and ethnic matter. He has participated in multi-exhibitions such as exhibition in Paris, Germany, Tokyo, and in BACC Bangkok under the project by Youth Artist Network. So today, I'm the witness of your work and great presentation today. I am confident that Migrant Working Group could have future cooperation with your program with different kind of the activities to promote peace and safe for all people in ASEAN country. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad to be here again. On behalf of the Equitable Education Fund and our colleagues, I'm very proud of you all that we made it to this point. I would like to thank you for all of you, and particularly YALPI Network, that helped make this journey a wonderful experience. We would like to tell you that at EEF, we value the opportunity to work with the youth network in Thailand and particularly in ASEAN region very much, because we share so much common culture and common experience as a region, and we will share a great deal of future in ASEAN region. There are so much more that we could accomplish together as an ASEAN member states. So to have an opportunity to work together at a very early years like this for the common purpose of equitable education, I believe it will give us a lot of positive experience and give us some hope that the future of ASEAN will be in the hands of really good young leaders. And for EEF, we believe that the power of youth is so much important because you guys just lived the childhood just a few years ago. So you have first-hand experience that if you ever want to give it back to the society for a better experience as a childhood or as a youth, you have a very good first-hand experience to tell us how to do it better. And in the near future, you will continue your higher education and beyond and become a leaders of your societies, of your community, of your enterprise. So we very much look forward to work with you in the near future as a partner, as a colleagues, to continue our work that you have given to us now. So EF, we value the power of youth for both way that I mentioned. We want to take this opportunity that you have given to us to the projects that you have put your effort with your team. We will find the best candidates and the best organization or a team to continue this great idea that you offer to us. This idea to make an equitable education successful in Thailand, we will try to not only make it a successful program, but to tell the public in Thai society that this idea is not made up from any, big organization or any university, but it comes from a young leader from the YALPI network. So the society can learn that if ever you give an opportunity to the youth or the young leader, you will get a very interesting and powerful idea for change. So the future leaders, just like you, can give the very same opportunity as well. EF very much look forward to continue our partnership with YALPI to the next year and beyond, to find new friends and new programs that can help us continue our effort to improve equitable education in the near future, not only in Thailand, but also in the ASEAN region as well. Please do keep in touch with EF and YALPI network, because it only benefits us and our friends to keep our network as strong as possible. I'm sure that in the future you will become a leader in your own right, because joining YALPI at a really early age in your career like this is already a sign that you not only care for your personal interests and your career alone, you care about how society can become a better one in the near future. And not only your society, but the region, ASEAN region, as a future for us. ASEAN is a home for all of us, and we have so much common interest to achieve together as ASEAN member states. So please continue to keep in touch with YALPI and EF, and I can't wait to work with you in the future as a colleagues, as an organization that share passion to see equitable education as a tool to improve the quality of life and to help us become a high-income country, a high-income region together, no one left behind in this region. Please do contact back to us anytime that you want. You know how to find me, you know how to find your friend in the YALPI network. I can't wait to see you again and work with you again, wherever it is, whenever it is in the near future. Thank you so much. Thank you and have a nice weekend. You work so hard and you deserve to have some rest and enjoy your future career wherever you are. Thank you and goodbye for now from EF.
Oh, sorry, I'm mute. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just mentioning that as I mentioned quite a number of times, I'm very impressed with, particularly today, and also, but along the process, I've seen from the very beginning, working with the organizing team, with a lot of wondering, what are we doing? How can we do this through the COVID times? This is enormous networking, enormous efforts of organizing and planning, details, getting the right people to participate, keeping energy up the whole process. I think is a very enormous task, and I'm very impressed and I think very highly of the organizers that you have successfully done this, and I see that results. I've listening from the morning, so I listened to all three groups, and I see that very good results from the teams. So I think the whole process is very good. And I must also be very thankful for Chulalongkorn and the professors and the people working there who have participated in this process and making this possible. And I think this is the big thank you and clap for you all guys. And then also I think that the whole idea of the Youth ASEAN Initiative, Leaders Initiative is very good. It's hard to understand from the beginning, but once you've been through it, from where I stand, you can see that it has occurred. It has seen how energy can be created by people who are members of ASEAN, who are studying, and that they can really demonstrate leadership. Leadership is how you guys have worked together and constructed. You've constructed ideas from nothing, from ideas, from data, from listening, your own research, from talking with your professor or whoever your consultants are. But you've come up with some very, very good ideas. And that's very important that today, we can learn across, not only across countries, but more importantly, across generations of young generation and older generation and my generation. So it's a very good example of how generations count to be participating and not be silent. It's very important. So I think that this is a very good, and I think many of the ideas today are very workable ideas and very good ideas. And it's becoming from a lot of it's how you see the world, how you see a new way to communicate that is much more the language of today, the communication of today. And this could be applied to development and issues, very complicated issues like helping women who are affected by COVID-19, lost income and desperate situation, whatever country, whatever nationality, it's very difficult for women particularly. We all know that it's difficult because women are taking care of families, children, even of the husband very often. And so this role and trying to find how to get additional income using social media, it is a big leap for many women, but it's important. And I think that COVID is showing like how are we communicating across countries, not in meeting, because COVID has also brought with it opportunities. And we have to extend these opportunities to those who are even further out, even more marginalized, to benefit from whatever is possible. Maybe the skills can go beyond the COVID months and be used worldwide, selling to countries, whether it's food, whether it's other items, this can be done much more broadly. So I think that is very important. And also on the issue of violence against women, which my organization is very keen in this subject. We are part of CARE International, so we also work with CARE Cambodia, CARE Philippines, CARE Vietnam, CARE Myanmar, CARE Indonesia, and we share similar programs working with women to fight violence by women's empowerment. So I think this is You have all demonstrated that you have the ideas and that we have in the past, we've forgotten one of the key participants or stakeholders is young people. And I think that you have demonstrated that, we often say, oh, our partner is another NGO, another migrant group, another government unity, agency. But now after this thing, I think, oh, how can we hear more from young people? So I think this is very important, and that shows leadership can be done very, very effectively. So I think this has been a very good experience. I hope that all of you can find ways to keep in touch with all of the 3 programs or even more beyond that. I think that we who have experienced this, as my other 2 colleagues have spoken, that we very happy personally to be in touch, to be communicating, to be listening from you. Perhaps the projects that we choose, which I can tell you now is very difficult to choose because they're all very excellent projects. But then when we do choose, maybe we can keep on having you as helping us as volunteers across countries, not only volunteers within the country, but now we see that you can really help wherever you are around the world. So thank you very much, young people. Wishing you all the success. You've done your proposals are very well prepared too, showing that you will have you have very good experience. And this is very linking the academic with the real life, with real people who are in need. So I think that's very important. Wishing you all luck, and also the organizers. Thank you very much. Wish the best of luck to you, and be safe. Thank you.
True Group is committed to provide high-quality offerings to consumers by developing high-technology networks, excellent service, digital information, and many more, to well serve the needs of customers, which will continue to do so. And last but not least, AEON Thailand Foundation. AEON Thailand Foundation was established in 2007. The year of AEON Thanasin Sub Thailand, PCR operated for the 15th year in Thailand. The foundation has encouraged the vision in supporting and developing society and environment as the commitment. The foundation has continuously launched several social development projects in the form of forest preservation, education development, development at the Thai society, and cooperation with other charities to improve public welfare. AEON Thailand Foundation was certified as a tax-deductible foundation number 773 by the Ministry of Finance. Now, for the final session, I would like to invite Kun Ganit Apha Arumdi, President of YALPI 2021, for a closing remark.
Distinguished guests, judge panel, and young ASEAN leaders, before we end today's ceremony, I'd like to take this last opportunity to congratulate both the delegates and also the organizing committee, and also everyone involved who have poured their heart and valuable time into this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all keynotes and mentors for such informative session and also the mentoring hour throughout the program. Not to mention our amiable interviewee who provide such an insightful on the condition of our target groups. To our beloved delegates, it is clearly seen in your outstanding achievement throughout the program that every milestone is accomplished with a great pride. The success of this youth forum is not merely determined by the certificate of participation, but actually it's in how YALPI 2021 foster a network of youth working together to bring about change to our society, particularly amidst the challenges of global pandemic. Throughout all the highest and low, we are able to make virtual youth collaboration possible despite technical challenges and also different national circumstances. Indeed, as a part of this conference, I believe that all our powers has been put into good use. Not only did we co-create initiatives that shine lights toward youth leadership, but we will also bring such initiative into practical outcome made possible by our expertise and our supervision of our partners. We hope to alleviate social injustice through the power of youth. YALPI will continue to forge a more inclusive and also a deeper bond among youth leaders. Apart from support from our sponsor, dear partner, delegates, this journey would not happen without such a great effort and passion of the staff of all committee, including, firstly, our human resource team, for your vigorous work ethic in coordinating all the essential work in our organization. Secondly, our operation team. Given that it's the first time hosting an online forum, your vast capability and flexibility allow us to continue YALPI's version for another year. Thirdly, our content team, for your active and also outstanding commitment in supporting the delegate throughout the discussion process. And for that, I appreciate it a lot. Next, our pre-production team, for your mind-blowing graphic and also your ability to meet deadline. Next, our dear treasurer and secretary, for your unmatched dedication and your excellent performance assisting all related crew from the central team to all departments. Fundraising team, for such an ambitious fund, drive YALPI 2021 forward. And last but not least, our lovely MC for running all these online sessions so smoothly and so professionally. Without any of you, YALPI 2021 will never have come this far. Your strength, your dedication, reinstill the belief in the power of youth, than our ability to accomplish whatever we strive for. Finally, I'd like to give a little shout out to Kunatima, Veshiya, and also Thanawat, my co-president, my vice president, my best friend, and my partner in crime. I'm beyond thankful for this journey that we have come together. This has taught us was the importance of teamwork, friendship, and many, many more. And dear all, this event might have come to an end, but our journey to contribute to our greater society has only just begun, for our own vision and determination will soon bring positive change to our community. Thank you everyone for such a great interest and contribution to YALPI 2021. And until the next time, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ganit Abha Arumdi, for your closing remarks. Please check your email for the event certificates sent to you by 4 p.m. this afternoon, GMT+7. Also, I would like to remind you to fill in the forum's evaluation form posted on our Facebook group by Monday, the 22nd of February, 2021, GMT+7. Lastly, the YALPI 2021 will announce our partners' decisions on the winning project initiatives in 2 weeks from today. And this marks the end of YALPI 2021. Thank you once again for your participation and hard work, and see you the next year.